would be good if I turned on the microphone, and that would stop my need to troubleshoot sound issues that aren't actual issues. Now, captions. Captions. Okay, there we go. So sorry about that. Nothing was actually changed in my setup, it just decided that it didn't want to function the way it was supposed to. Tee-hee. Okay. PC is on. By PC in this case, I mean my patrol cap is on. Which means El Señor has left and El Jefe has arrived. Dang, my hair is at like basically the 3/4 of a way to being able to do a small ponytail length, which means naturally that if I were to try it, there'd just be a bunch of loose hair and then like a small little rat tail, pigtail of a tail sticking out. So it's not quite there. Which means, unfortunately, that we're gonna have a little bit of a poofy, puffy situation for hair for now. It's been a process. Alright. So, I know that my regular video isn't on yet. That's because we're not there yet. I have to go ahead and give y'all the intro. And the intro is, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. It's me, Sergeant Killer Snow with Snow Studio Games. And today we are going to be continuing our development of the Numbers Nightmare. Numbers Nightmare is an assignment for class where I have to create an edutainment style game. And that edutainment style game is Number Nightmare. I have a week to create it. And today is day 6. With 6 hours left, essentially, to get it done and polished up to turn in. Which means I have 6 hours to get all of my enemies made, which is basically one enemy type and then randomizing what it's going to look like and what value it's going to have in certain things. Because it's not going to have any other type of special logic, at least for the numbers. The operators are just going to do the opposite of what the numbers are doing. The numbers are going to try and hit the player. The operators are just going to run away from the player. I need to program in an attack and also get our little number cruncher working, which is going to be basically an NPC that eats the numbers and creates the equation for us. It's basically the equation. That's what I'm trying to get at. Alright, I'm just going to go ahead and go to our development scene here. Hello, how's it going? We have, on the far right, we have Visual Studio open with several of my scripts. Currently, there's the goal door control, which is for this door right here. And currently, it works to change that giant gaudy goal number text into an actual randomized number that remembers itself as we go to and from the other rooms. Because that was a concern I had, and sure enough, I already have the contingency to take care of it. So, basically right now, the goal number is going to be a randomized number between 10 and 30. So it will kind of force the players to grab more than just 1 or 2 numbers, because it's the number cap is 5. So they'll need to use the numbers between 1 and 5 and the operators of plus, minus, and multiply, and see if they can piece together an equation that will equate to the goal number on the door. So we also created these. So this is going to be the inventory scene. I'm probably going to give it a little small text thing up on top here that says inventory. In fact, I'll do that right now. Give it UI, give it Text Mesh Pro, and we can change that text to say inventory, all caps. Just say 38. Give it bold. Oh, of course. Why not? Stretch that a bit that way, and we'll just dock this right around there. Give it an outline. 0.25 outline is actually quite lovely. Now, do we need to give it any kind of back? Let's get things centered up. Yeah, it's fine. Inventory panel label. We'll just go ahead, toss that up there. So we didn't attach it to, well, we did attach it to the panel, technically, but it's not bound to the panel since the whole panel and everything is bound to this canvas. So if we leave this on, we currently don't have any code that tells it when to toggle on or off. I was actually just getting to that. Right here. Actually, let me not dock it down there. That won't do too good. So we're not going to dock it at all because it doesn't need to be docked. I've already added the things I needed to. I just wanted to go ahead and show it. So here in our action maps for our player input mapping, we are looking at the action maps. There's player, so we know we have move. We don't really need look. I can honestly just get rid of look, but we'll leave it there just because it's a default. We have attack, we have interact, and we have inventory open. So all of these that are using buttons, just you set it to action type button, initial state check is off, everything's fine. You'll see that the button that we set, we only set the keyboard key I for opening up the inventory panel. And then in UI, I added inventory close. Also set to a button, also set to I on the keyboard loadout because we want to make sure that we can also just tap that shut. I put a contingency in the inventory with this close inventory button, just in case. But I need to go ahead and, define everything that these things are supposed to do and not put the code for it on the object itself. Like, I can't put the code for it on the canvas that controls the canvas because then what happens when that canvas gets toggled off? It's not going to use the code. That's bad. So, we're going to... Oh shit, I still need to do a number cruncher script too. That's fine. So here in the player, I was going to take a look-see around. I probably need my input manager too. Yeah, I gotta define these actions. There we go. So we need to remember to do this for any new action that we go ahead and do, at least in this. I hope to I need to in the future create like a really good script that creates a nice editor box for us for input stuff specifically. Like, I want to be able to load up a plugin that I make that I can go ahead and hit first person controller, third person controller, VR controller, whatever the hell I've got cooked up, and get like a full resources file that just has all the basics nice and in there, bound, scripted, templated to perfection. That is what I want, at least for my controls, because I get so sick of doing controls. Okay. And then for adding stuff, you can just have a button that says add input. Basically consolidate, automate, and streamline the process that already exists. Player inventory toggle, we want to go down to... This is definitely an on-enable thing, so we're going to do, yep. And player controls dot player dot attack. Nope, sorry, I was looking at the thing up there for guidance. Inventory, yeah, there you go. And then I need to enable it completely. There you go. Toss the disable on there. So now that that is in there, I can go over here, go into update, and do a little ipsies. Well, we already have Q as a test here, so we can comment out the damage test, since we know that that works and our health bar works appropriately. I need to create the commands, huh? Player in range, call interact. Do a call toggle inventory. Create event, game event. And we'll need something to have the listener for it. We were doing this for opening the inventory, so I might have to do an create a little menu manager. The words. Menu handler. You'll wind up having a menu manager script on you. I almost guarantee it. But for now, you just have the game event listener. And we're going to drag over the call toggle. There's not going to be a response for right now. Actually, I don't need to code a crazy thing separate menu handler technically. If I already have the references for everything in the player, I can just have it toggle that on and off. I want to pull up one of my reference pause managers too, because I want to take a look at what I want to possibly snag from it. I'll do a separate handler for the menus, but I'm going to put like the pause built into it. Where's my active builds? Oh no, I moved it to my inactive builds, that's right. My sweet baby from Module 1 of this semester. Portal Pong will never let me down. It'll never give me up. Scripts, managers, yes. I would like to take a look-see at pause manager and menu manager, please, and thank you. I want to float this one, move it over, drag the pause manager on there too, because these aren't a part of this project here. I don't want to mix these things up, right? So I'm not going to care about a pause theme or audio player. That technically never worked in Portal Pong either. So we're going to want these. Let me go back to our project, and I'm going to make a script in our script folder. Call this one Menu Manager. All right. Let's get rid of these, and let's start snagging some stuff up. Such as that nice pause bool. Public one as well. I think it's just player. Desired action map is just player. So in theory, it will work. In theory. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab that whole thing. Why not? We'll grab that too. I'll have to change the headers because they currently don't make sense. Yes, good. Neck broken successfully. Player inputs. Ah. Interessante. Okay, so we are getting the player input through there. Alright, fine. It's weird, I guess I forgot to give it a private thing there. So, private for us in our current project, this will be, what, the input manager, right? No, it wouldn't. I know why it's like that. It's like that because it's basically getting the actual like inputs from our controller. Yeah, component player input is right, yes, but not before a quick game object dot find game object with tag. Game controller dot get component. There you go. We need to make sure that we tag our input manager. There you are. Wait, I need the one that's handling your shit. IRL. Is it on the player? It is. That's perfect. Oh no. Should work. I typically would have sent it to the game controller. I'm currently The player is the game controller. How wonderful. Alright, where's that other window right there? Close that up. It's dry as hell. Not as dry as the deserts out in the east, though. That's a wild, different type of dry. Okay, so we've got the game controller. This is going to wind up having the don't destroy thing that I usually have for it, but I guess we can go ahead and toss this on there as well as a contingency. It won't hurt it. Right. Private. Oh, no. It's a public one, right? Let me double check. Should be public. Yeah, that's what I thought. Manager and then lowercase instance, because I feel like it. Yeah. Feeling good now, Mr. Code? Can you feel it, Mr. Code? I'm basically going to grab everything and then get rid of all the chunk in the middle because of the... It's mainly just sound stuff right here in the middle. Goodbye. Damn, that's looking like a much easier function now. I should probably make sure I put these in here. I'm not stealing any code. This is my own code from literally the start of the semester, so it's older and technically, in theory, should be less sound and less efficient than what I could currently do if I were learning anything different. So that's why I'm reusing it. Match sync for pause manager. I did that personally for those matches. That doesn't need to be a thing here. Now to actually go to the menu manager and grab up our basically template. We only have 2 menus, so I only really need 2 kinds of things there. So we'll add these up here. Not that. Oops. There you go. We're going to separate this with a region. Make sure that I go ahead and I should move that up. There you go. Makes more sense. So that way I can take this and slide that up here. Space it. And we'll do an end region, which means that we can now collapse those down. I really need those to be like some neon-ass colors. I want to find where... it's gonna bother me, but it's fine. It's not something I need to worry about right now. I need to call this... inventory menu canvas game object, and this one's going to be num cruncher menu canvas game object Excellent. Most good. Next. So what this second set of things I'm dropping in here is for is it's defined in the header, but the first button selected on a corresponding menu. So basically, you know how when you on a console game, you'll go ahead and hit pause, and generally if it doesn't give you like a cursor that you control with a thumbstick, it'll let you move a selector box up and down, left to right, wherever, whatever direction to navigate the menu. But it'll just kind of highlight your options instead of giving you the ability to freely maneuver a cursor over anything. So if you try and develop a menu like that and you don't tell your code or your game at all anywhere what to be selected on first when it enters a menu, it's not going to work. It's going to break. And it annoys me. But they have all these contingencies in place, and, you know, we have to tell it these things. It's not like we can have the people that build the engine just build the games for us. I completely understand it. Which is why I want to make my own plugins for the editor, so that way it can kind of build shit for me. Without using AI. I want to make that shit myself. I need to change their names. Inventory. And Numcruncher. Hooray. Next. I don't need the level select, because that's something that I added later. Right. I need to grab some functions here. And I'm gonna need to like retie all this together. So before I go into that update function, let's start at the bottom here and look for button actions. Scoreboard not needed. I'm not giving them a start menu on this, or a pause menu for that matter. The only reason it's really going to like pause is going to be because the inventory is open. I haven't defined pause yet. There they are. Never mind, I don't think there's a need since I literally defined these things here. That's a relay. No need for it. Which means I should be able to... Not that. Not that. No need for that. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to start defining those things then. And then get into doing this. Alright. Honestly, I can add that update right now. Because I don't need to worry about the level instance. What I need to worry about is menu toggle input. It's got to be just the button, like it's checking my input manager if I hit the button that I assigned, which I did just code those in, so that'll be fine. So if I don't have a reference to my input manager up here yet. because I didn't make it a public thing. So I will need to get a reference to it. Player input manager, and then we're going to actually hang on. Where's my player? Yep. Yes, yes, yes. And I don't have cameras attached to the player, right? So basically, player input's gonna need UI input module and camera. Where did I put the input system? I already have everything tied into my player. I don't want to try and unbind it now. Also, it's using the wrong input actions as well. But it's not, but it is. It's because I haven't switched to UI yet, but it wouldn't use the right ones if I did. What if I... Oh, I can't have the UI stuff if I don't have it already, like, in the scene, huh? But the player's in the scene. So what if... Yeah. What if that? So what if player itself takes care of player itself? Let me go back into my prefab and see about just kind of doing this whole thing. Aha, yes, of course. Boop. Oh, that error message is gone. Now I notice I'm not seeing a certain other, another thing, but I'm hoping that it will be fine. Camera, I hope it will figure itself out. If not, nah. Well, it's in the player input, right? If player input dot camera is null, then we want to look for main tag camera. And get component camera. Main camera, get component. Hey, stop it. Stop it. Camera. Player input dot camera is equal to mode. Now, if it's not null, technically we don't really need that. We don't need to encompass everything else into an else, but we can just open up a new if statement and say if dot action events dot, okay, maybe not action events. Let's see what else you got. What actions you got. Oh, I can iterate over every binding in the asset. That's crazy. All right. So action maps dot. Do I have the option to type player? No, no, won't let me. All right. So I might have to go ahead and just do the quick, easy thing to get the player input on this instead of going circuitous roundabout ways. That's player input manager. Where's the other thing? Okay, it's up here. Player input's up here. Okay, go. Spacing. So in our awake function, we're also going to look for that player input manager. And we're going to find that in the game object dot find game object with tag player dot get component. There you go. So now we can go down here and do underscore player input manager. I have it running already. What was it? On my player, right? And update input manager, player controls, player interact. Yeah, right, got it. Player controls, player. Inventory open. Damn. Oh, right. What was the other part of it? Triggered. Like the engine itself currently, over me not doing the correct syntax. Wonderful. Now that the engine and I have an understanding. And actually, while we still have basically almost no one in here, I'm going to refill my water and grab some energy because I failed to do so. Sorry. I had to. It was One Piece. Whenever it comes to One Piece, I divert all attentions to it. Sorry. I cannot help myself. One Piece is real. You don't find yourself embracing new dawn in your life. Start looking. You're missing something. For any One Piece fan out there, by the way, that hasn't seen or by some miracle hasn't heard about the One Piece fan letter episode and committed to watching it, please do so. And by fan, I mean someone that's watched at least, you have to be past a certain point. I want to say you want to be past 500 something, like 530 something. But that's basically like the halfway point. Before you're almost to where everyone else is at currently. And if you do, if you get at least halfway through and you're like locked in, set, committed, which most people are once they get to that point. Actually, way before that point. A lot of people decide within 30 to 90 episodes if they're going to full commit to One Piece or not. They might take a break, but they'll always wind up coming back to finish it out. Yeah, it'll change your shit. It'll change the way you look at a lot of things. And that fan letter was absolute masterpiece. Animation and in direction. Like everything that the person that directed that episode has done so far has been absolutely immaculate, to the point where you can see it and identify it as their work, and that is incredible worldwide renown. If someone can look at a product and say that's the work of such and such, that's like becoming a common name like Van Gogh, fucking Beethoven shit. God, it was so amazing. God. Can't get it out of my head. I can't. Alright. So when player inventory opened is triggered, we give it a nice pause. We'll pause game. And then we need to do a function for open inventory. And this is going to rely on these. So it's going to say something along the lines of inventory menu canvas go dot set active true. No. Num cruncher menu canvas set active false. No, that should be good. We'll do a public void open num cruncher or feed num cruncher. Num cruncher canvas dot set active True. I will technically need to put the inventory menu open on top of it too. I might have to look up a way to... I don't think I'll need to look it up, actually. I just need to use my brain and puzzle it out real quick. Let me do a close all menus. Close all menus. Grab both of these, set them to false. Unpause game. All right. Oh, yes, thank you, Nick, for breaking. I think, actually, I'm going to put the pause game into the open inventory. And then put open inventory in here. I do have a close function in my inventory as well. Canvas.geo dot set active false, and then if num cruncher canvas is not null, that's one thing, but also if it's active. Oh god, which one do you want? Active self. I want to check, make sure that it's not active, essentially. So if it's not active, then we unpause. Exit num cruncher. This but inverse. So I'm just gonna drop this in here and say num cruncher. And then if in lowercase inventory. Too much. Inventory. I'm basically setting it as a thing in all of them, or rather in just both of these features, functions. that if they are going to be toggling off one of the menus, if there are no other menus that are open, then unpause the game. Open inventory pauses, close inventory. I gotta pause game when I feed the num cruncher. Right. Now that I have done all of that, let me see how badly I messed it up. Yeah, that's the key thing here. I have it set so that way on start we acquire those things, but I should also tell it to close all menus and unpause game right off the bat. Is this because I think it might be. Could it? I'm trying to check and see if that was supposed to be added or if that just appeared because shit decided it wanted to. Okay. Leave that as is for right now. I don't have anything else on this num cruncher window besides, let me hide the inventory canvas. I just have buttons on here that tell it feed it a number, feed it an operator, digest, and then it'll spit out the solution up here. So you can theoretically make it so that way it's like you feed it a 1, and if you don't feed it an operator after that 1, you can also feed it a 3, and then you have a 13. And you can potentially do stuff like that. Maybe. No. No, I want them to work with numbers 1 through 5 and then just keep on adding operators together until they get to the number they need to. I will have to make it higher than like 10 as a baseline, but say like 20 as a baseline. It'd be like each time it clicks a number, it'll update this by adding it to the new, adding it to the string. Yeah, it's gonna be a process. Anyway, not that. I clicked the wrong thing to turn off. We're doing that. And this menu handler is just listening for the call toggle inventory thing. Which might not even be really needed because I'm going like the coded route right now, just out of habit. So we're going to attach this, we're gonna close that, and I'm gonna get kind of zipped in here. I'm gonna disable this menu handler too, considering we're not really using it right now. I'm gonna take a look at my player, make sure that it's got the stuffs. It's got most of the stuffs. Okay, theoretically, the menu handler should be fine to to like have on and available now. I don't think I built this to just exist on the player. Yeah, it gets our stuff from external, so it should be good. Let's give you your script, shall we? Player action map is indeed player. UI action map is indeed UI. And now I have to go ahead and tell it all the things. And I also have to make sure this thing doesn't die and disappear. Okay. Now I gotta grab... Let's see, there's an inventory can... Oh, come on. Oh. Where is it? No! No! Oh no, it wasn't this. That's why. It was that. Yes. Fred Burger. Inventory canvas. And we want to grab that Num Cruncher canvas too. And we're gonna have slot 1 button be the first button for the menu, and then the number cruncher will provide for us not, because I grabbed the wrong thing. I actually put the real number cruncher into the fucking canvas menu slot. And now I can go in here and grab the... Okay, so we have a couple buttons there. I'm going to give it the feed number button first. And that's where our menu should start. Aha! Spitting errors. Ah, we have 2 event systems, and what are you looking for? Why did you fail that? I got rid of the event system because it's already on our character. Player action map is defined. Wow. That's right, I have it up there written in text, but it can't seem to find it. Sorry, I'm reading this because this is a lot of... I know it's a huge wall of text thing here, but I'm unfamiliar here. Hitting on. Oh. Well, it should be able to find it then. But if it doesn't, then I need to make sure that I do a null ref check. That's basically what it's boiling down to here. If player input null, that should probably be before the camera thing. Then we're going to run this again. And why not? We're already here. Player input equals. And then if underscore play, there you go, is null. Then do that. Easy work, idiot. Should understand these things. Also, I really need to stop doing that while the game is running. Okay. We'll just start with that. Before I start putting too many conditions to check around, let me just do the simple one. If it's not null, do the thing, and if it is, fuck off and stop sending me bad messages. I guess I will also have to do the thing up here as well, and I just realized I didn't actually set... Well, no, there is a pause key. It's just me hitting the inventory key. Player input. Right. Just copy pasta and then do this. But here. Excellent choice. I also think I might change the names of the action maps in here, because it might be conflicting and accessing default action maps. So we're gonna rename this to Nightmare Player. And Nightmare UI. Oh, look at all the error. At input manager and player, and yeah, they're all losing their shit. It's okay, show me the next one. Next one. Ah, yes. And there. Oh, look at that. And there. And yep, you get the picture. Next. What is this? I didn't save this yet, that's why. Next. Aha. Well, that ought to do it. Hopefully. That means I also need to go into the menu handler over here. Nightmare player. Nightmare UI. Okay. Let's see a launch with no errors. I hate you so damn much. There's an error right there. I'm staring at it. Can't find action map. Play. Why are you still looking for player? Who looking? What line told you to start looking for player? This isn't my script. This is their base player input one. So, which thing is still set to a player? Nightmare player input controller. Let's open that up just in case. Look at that. It seems to be pretty well educated in the change in asset name. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely all updated in here. That means that this script is constantly, like, just improving itself, which is kind of awesome. Take me to your exact thing again. Cannot find action map. Okay, so where is this being set? M actions, find action map, map name or ID. Which is being stated there. So there's, okay, I think there's something that's still attached in scene or on my player that might be doing stuff. So let's take a look. So glad I understand script and code. For the most part. It's fine. Oh, good heavens. Aha! Never mind. I thought I had something. I was wrong. It's like everything is correct on there. Yep. Yeah. Okay. These were all changed and updated, so by all technicalities, I should not be getting that error. At least as far as I'm seeing and understanding the current, like, chain of events. What was it? What was causing you to freak out? It was the unpause that was freaking it out, so let's just comment that out for right now. That was, like, so far, had been the thing that was causing it the most errors and problems. There it is again. Alright, so the door would be 15 to get out. When I load the scene, one active event system. And it gives me the same problem with this one. Oh no. Alright, I know why it's doing that. I haven't set an actual zone to a good spot for me to be at here in the main stage. Each one of these kept saying clone. BT dubs. Also, I don't know why I just double-clicked on that. I just need to look at what is causing a secondary event system to pop up. Like, neither of these should have event system. Correct. They are set to do not destroy. The level handler, definitely not an event system. The player is technically an event system, but they would be the sole event system here. Not seeing anything that I would need to change in the input settings for me to have to create a new one. Navigation events. There's the input system, but I'm not getting why we're having these issues here. Wait, it's finding game object with tag player. Yes. And trying to get player input. Yes. You know what? Perhaps I will still keep these. KU. But I will chunk them out of here. And give them a good old start over here. How's that? Will that work? Poor favor. We'll attach it to Unity, and we'll check what happens when it hits that start. Yeah, alright, so we haven't hit an error yet, but we have hit that point. So now let's go ahead and step into it. So our setting is paused to false. We're setting the timescale to 1. Player input is null. Interesting. Hmm. Huh. What? Shut up, device enroller. Turn off all notifications for device enroller. Thank God. I didn't notice that that was an option before in my life. Alright, so it's still gonna try and jump through there. Wait a second, I probably should have continued following that. Yeah, no, let's turn this off and go back in. I think following that would have eventually led me to exactly when that error is getting called. But I know now that it's not actually getting this. They want to play with me. And I am obviously crazy enough to make life-altering changes in the middle of the game. They are fools. Alright, we've set that to public on both of those because now we're going to say, I'm tired of playing with you, my boy. And we're just going to tell you outright who you're going to be listening to. So you will take the player into the player input slot right there. Wonderful. And you will also accept the player into the player input manager spot right there. Wonderful. We're going to save, and we'll see what the hell you are thinking now. Okay. Went to the unpause. Let's go ahead and step into that. Timescale is already 1, pause is already false, and player input is actually set to someone, and this is set to and you're still spitting out an error. And when I click it, it highlights, you know, player over here on don't destroy on load, but it could be something else that's happening there. What's the sprites like for these guys? Door sprite. You're at -1. And this is at 0. Might set the doors to -2. Let's go to prefabs, go to path, door sprite, set them to -2. Go back to the scene, so that way we can set the disrespectful floor. Oda. No, this change got to be like pushed through and committed here. Not default parent. Prefab. Added apply to prefab player, yes. It will enjoy the health bar canvas, which is not a prefab. Crap. That's probably why. Oh well. We're not going to set the event camera there. I think I have code that tells it to grab up a camera. So we know that this was working, and then it still spit out the error. So... I don't know where it's failing at. There's nothing in the perspective toggle that would tell it to break, I don't think. Yeah, definitely not. Input constraints. Nope. Yeah, nothing in here. Should be saying that. Active self, set actives. Nothing in my script. Just telling it to do crazy stuff. So why is it doing crazy stuff? Y'all know I don't like it when it doesn't do the things I tell it to. Yoo-hoo! Big summer blowout. Pathway, that still works. I still have to set logic for the goal. I still have to set logic to attack. For some reason, we're encountering errors. So where in my code is it asking for it to be player? It's curious. I will be figuring out where that's getting called at. So that's already set there. Let's go ahead and hit play and find out. All right. Step in. That checks the bool. Sets it. And since that's not null, it does the action swap. Okay. All right, here we go. What got fed in? Okay, nightmare player. Enabled or unenabled? Must have actions. Okay. So it skipped over that. Find action map, map name or ID. Next. Okay. Name or ID is that. Next. If the name contains a hyphen, it may be a GUID. Do I have a hyphen in there? No. No, I don't. Try parse name or ID out. Nope. Nope. Default lookup is by name, case insensitive. Okay. Return map. actions, find map. Okay, so map name or ID. Current action map equals action map. Okay, that should be all set. Current action map, get current. If someone switches maps from an action, we may get here recursively from disable. To avoid that, we null out the current action map while we disable it. Is this possibly where it's happening? So it nulls out the current action map. And it's basically like, if it... alright. And then switch to... So we hit the on disable point, and then there's disable happening there. So it's disabling all the things. Total map count, memory map count, so it's adjusting the map count. Move state monitors from all controls, okay. You're basically wiping out the index of actions from your memory. I stepped over that. Okay, so we're out of the disable controls part. Map indexes, alright. Yep. Yep. We're gonna step over that. Okay, we're back at this. Switch to new map. Value is Nightmare Player. Wait, it's Nightmare Player what? Okay, yeah. Resolve bindings if necessary. Okay, need to resolve bindings is false. Enable all actions. It's basically the same thing that we just went through, but in reverse. I don't want to skip over this part because we still haven't hit the error yet, but I feel like we might be getting close to wherever it might be getting called at. Control start plus num control. Okay, they're checking to see if the index would be out of range. Input system manager is control enabled. A uint, really? Checking if our controls are enabled. Oh my god. To combined map and control and binding index. Interesting. I'm just looking for wherever you're trying to understand that I'm trying to use just the regular player mapping instead of the nightmare player mapping. So, we'll get there. There we go. Skip to enable controls. I almost want it to just run until the exact point of hitting a bug. But I don't know exactly where something like that would be at, so we're just going to, I think we're wrapping up the enable controls. You're gonna make me do this again. Bunch of flag checks. For F's sake. Okay, thank you. Oh my lord. So it sets current action map. Okay, so player input map. We're right back here to our unpause. All that was happening and is happening in fractions of seconds. Fractions of a second. Fractions of a millisecond is when all of that is happening. That's nuts. Okay. So it didn't misunderstand its binding there. Okay. Now we jump here. We're at our don't destroy. That's fine. It went and looked through. The reason it looped through that code repeatedly is because it was looking through everything in the array of do not destroy or don't destroy on load. So it was looking through all those things and being like, is this already in here? Is it already in here? Is it already in here? Is it already in here? No. It can be in here. So, and this is what? This is in our path teleport. Level manager yet, that's fine. This is probably going to happen like 3 times because of our 3 doors in this level. Oh, okay, so it just like went through and decided to... That wasn't what I wanted. Stop it. Stab it. Okay. Come on. Y'all gotta have something for me. And I really need to stop leaning my weight on this. I am standing at my desk, and the more weight I put onto it, the better chance that it'll fall over. Not what I want. Unit ha debaga. It's in here. Okay. So then let's get froggy with it. How many times is it going to show up in this current document? Good guesses are welcome here. Okay. Checking it out. None of these appear to be the issue. Something somewhere is just still set to regular player. I need to find out what it is. Okay, nightmare player actions at nightmare player. Nightmare player actions this. That's the wrapper in nightmare player actions. So there literally should not be any reason why this should be happening. Cannot find action map player in actions. Yeah, no shit, it's because it's not there. On enable. Something is calling out to it on enable, and it's not what it's expecting or something. I don't have on enable set up over here. I know I have it set up over here. But we changed these, right? Player control. Nightmare player all the way down and through. And the player inventory toggle, all that. Okay, so let's go back up. Player controls is always going to be equal to the new nightmare player input control. Is that like 16, 19? And that's got to be in the base code for it, obviously. I feel like this is like it didn't actually tell me if there was a missing spot. I feel like I may have... Like, I don't think I overlooked it. I think that because I typed it with a capital, it was looking for the capital, because that's what I was looking for, but I think it may have had it available as a lowercase. These look like on enable calls. Yeah, public void, on enable, all that stuff. Okay. Primary UI actions, return set. Okay. Yeah, I don't see where it would misunderstand. I'm seeing the word nightmare so many damn times, I'm gonna have nightmares about the nightmare UI stuff. But for some reason, it's still giving us a random error saying that it's trying to reference the original player. One. Le OG. Okay. Yeah, I really do feel like this thing skipped over something when I was looking for player. Everything else here makes good sense. These are the things stored in its memory. Yeah, essentially this thing should never have a question as to where it is supposed to be going. It's Nightmare Player, that's Nightmare UI, which means that there shouldn't even be a thing for regular player. Yeah, correct, there isn't. So why is it returning that it was even looking for it? Oh, are you going to show me all the lowercase and capital? Oh, okay, so then I guess there was no point in me trying to do it again. It's down here. Nightmare Player actions. Nope. It's all fine too. We're going to go all the way to 1619. 1619. Activate input. Why is this causing issues? Input action, rebinding extension, defer rebinding solution. Yeah, you damn right I'm gonna go ahead and put that block right there. Let's find out. What's up? Show me. Uh-huh. Now let's step into this and see what you're doing. Right? If we have no current action map, there's... Son of a bitch. There it is. Yeah. So you're really thinking that there is no default action map currently set? Alright. Okay. I can fuck with this. Select. The action asset is the Nightmare Player input control. And player input, we're gonna go with keyboard and mouse. Default map, Nightmare Player. And that is the only input module that I can really put in there. Which comes to worse, I might just... Where are you defined at? Sorry, that wasn't the one I wanted. I wanted default action map. Where are you being defined at? Okay, where is this being set? Public string, default action map, get m default action map. Okay. Default action map property is okay, and this is defined there. And you set it equal to value. Let's close this out and hit play. I just realized I don't have a pop-up anymore. We got it. We got it to stop messing itself up and to stop trying to... Oh. We got it to stop trying to jump into a... into the wrong action map. Floor... There we go. And we want to drop in here. We want to drop a player start. With the same positioning as this. Copy that. Drop player start. Paste position. Did it grab the right position? Yes. No, it absolutely did not. So we're gonna do that. Make sure that that drops right around there. We'll hit save and let's hit play. Okay, this works. And it spits us back out here. Cool. I need to go into these other levels, make sure that they no longer have event systems just chilling on them. You have nothing hidden in your floor or floor color. That's lovely, thank you. Player start, path, nothing hidden. Alright, operator room. You should still have stuff hidden on you, right? Or not. Oh, it's just because my player is the event system, so whenever it's also moving the canvases into the area, it's trying to load in new event systems for them, and it's not working. So that might just be something that keeps popping up. Let's try and take a look at, now that we've gone through all of that severe annoyance, and we've looked at far more than we really would have wanted to by going into like deep engine code and plugins and stuff. So now let's go, let's check this out. This is the code for trying to make my player attack where the mouse is aiming at. So if position mouse is equal to that, and position mouse Z is equal to our transform position, and Pt.3 towards mouse from player, and then attack would be towards that normalized forward just getting the vector, and then I would do something in that direction. Okay, yeah. Set things up in advance, or at least I try to. So basically all this is stuff that would go well in an update function. So let's just, I'm going to copy these. I'm going to leave this main bit here and collapse it back down again, but I'm going to copy these and dunk them into our update. And we're going to have to say that position mouse is a vector 3. Yeah. So this keeps everything just inside of the update function, but then when I need the information for an actual attack command, I'm gonna be a little sore, so I am gonna need to set these as, like, things. One moment. So I'm gonna create this. Where was I dropping that again? This is for attack stuff. Around here is okay. So with the vector 3 mouse position made, I can get rid of this. We need that as well. And then we get this. Let me delete that. It's gonna get red for a little bit. It's angry at my audacity. And now it's not as angry. In fact, it is very pleased. I'm thinking also that I can grab these and put them into a function that just gets called here. So private void set attack vector. There we go. I know it looks like I'm frozen. I promise I'm not. I'm literally just stalling in my head. Hi, Abman. And I don't mean stalling as in, like, trying to stall for time. I mean, like, my brain is stalled out, like, spinning its wheels, trying to think on something. Because I'm trying to now decide, probably a little too late, how exactly I want to do the attack, but I think it's just going to be, like, red square. I think I'm just going to instantiate a red square in the area, in the direction of the vector of attack. So let's see what I can do about that by taking us into the hub room. I want it to be... Let's create an empty. Call this damage field. How's it going? And then we're going to add sprite. Yeah, because it should just be a box. It's not going to be an actual three-dimensional box. So, we can even do this. And then I can go here to source image and look for nothing. It's not going to show me the right things. Aha. Emoji. Okay. Where, oh where is a simple ass square? And they'll really do just about anything except give me what I need. Text Mesh Pro, sprites, nope, nothing. Alright, fine. So we'll get rid of that. Like all of that, please. Remove, remove, yeah. Yeah. Just give you sprite renderer. And maybe you'll give us a regular square sprite? No, you're just gonna give us those same ass lame shits. Fine. Go there, but then you're gonna take me to where... No, you're not, apparently. You just don't give a shit. That's crazy. Me, I'm doing good. I got a good amount of stuff working on this that makes me happy, but at the same time, I still have a good amount of things to do. And, not sure if I'll be able to make it, to be quite honest. I'm not gonna, like, sit and stress myself out about it. This is the last of the weekly assignments, as far as I know, and I'm so burnt out. Like, this has been one of those, like, cruel classes that I feel like I've learned absolutely nothing beyond them coyly trying to be like, this is teaching you to prioritize certain things in design so you can show something as quickly as possible to an employer. Because that is not what I signed up for a class for. I still haven't learned anything new, and I am not going to be an individual that works on someone else's time frames like that. If I work for anybody and they ever told me that I had a week to turn out a game of some sort like that, I'd be like, all right, cool, get one of those guys to do it. You want some stereotyped bullshit that, like, already exists. You want some simple shit? No. I didn't go for a degree just so that way I can give you some cookie cutter shit that you can get from literally anywhere else if you want it done in a week. And that's my thoughts on it. I know I'm kind of venting lately. It's just because I've been so annoyed by this. I'm gonna go to set attack vector there. So that way that's running constantly to tell us where our angle of attack is at. And this needs an actual sprite. I'm gonna get a brick sprite from one of my other things. I'm tired of trying to find the built into the engine sprites that for some reason they just don't want to give us like all of them in one spot. It's nutty. The ones that are shown when you click this, it's crazy, right? So ignoring all the ones that are mine. So from background, checkmark, dropdown, input field, knob, UI mask, and UI sprite. Let me ask you, did you see anywhere on there square, triangle, circle? Did you see Capsule? Did you see anything like that? Because all of those exist as 2D sprites in the engine, available as things, along with a whole list of other shit. There's all different sizes of them. But it's not going to show you that. You need to know exactly where to find it in the packages folder or in the engine folder and stuff like that. So, real good. So where the hell did it... Okay, here it is. Let me calm myself. Let me try and get into some of these sprites. Which one was I looking for? I'm gonna go back into the brick breaker sprites that I got, just so that way I can yank out one of these bricks. Trying to make a damage field, right? So we'll drag out this red one and drop it into sprites. There it is. We're gonna go over here and not in the sprite editor. That is not what I want. Actually, what size are you? 128 by 128? Shit. I said that's a 128. Single, point no filter, normal quality. Switch that to no compression. And now we have our sprite for use as a damage field sprite. Now I'm gonna actually leave that as is. I'm going to move the damage field itself over here. We're going to give this a box collider 2D that is a trigger. That's perfect actually. But I will make it a little not perfect. Make it just a little bit. Just a little bit. And just a little bit. Oh, I also realized I can do this. Hooray! Okay. Damage field is created. It has box collider 2D. And we're going to change the name of this to, or the tag for this to, just damage. We're gonna tag it as damage. Damage. Oof, yeah. It's good. We're gonna make this offset a 0 to 0. Damn, I done messed that up, didn't I? No, I didn't. It's good. And this is now going to be our prefactor. Boop. And we'll instantiate that whenever the player calls the left click. So we want that check to look like I need to set private attack or something. Private void. That's it. That's all. Just private void attack. Let's go into our scriptables real quick. I want to go ahead and drop a event called attack called. Never mind, I don't need that. That's right, because it's all still in the same script. Sure. Our enemies aren't blocking or anything. I'm thinking in, like, the complexity of my combat design shit. I didn't need that event at all. We do, however, still need this. And we're going to set it so that way if input manager dot player controls dot nightmare player dot attack triggered, saving that to see if I even need the in doorway bool, because if I don't need it, then I'm deleting that part. Let's go back to the main scene. Yeah, we'll save. We're gonna go ahead and just hit play. I'm checking the doors first before I check the attack. Cool, they still work. So that means I can get rid of this. And I can also get rid of the doorway bool, the in doorway thing up here, because nothing else is using it now. Oh. That's right, I'm calling attack, not defining it. Now up here is where I define it. So we're gonna go ahead and say instantiate. Ah, I see. I need to go ahead and make sure that I have a reference to our lovely attack damage field. Yep. So let's do that here. Not public. We're gonna serialize a private. Serialize field. Private game object underscore damage field. We're gonna save that out, and then we're gonna go into our player prefab, and we're gonna edit our player prefab so that way it includes the use of the damage field prefab. I also see that I'm gonna have to... no, I don't have to do that, actually. Alright. Not getting any errors. Not getting any errors, except for, of course, the part where it wants to load another event system, but because my player is maximum, it won't. So, door number 14, door number 14, door number 14, door number still 14. So that's working as intended as well. There can be only one active event system. That's what it says directly underneath my latest sub. Okay. Private void attack. Now we're going to instantiate the damage field. Hold up. We're actually going to create a temporary vector 3. So basically a local variable. Vector 3. Spawn spot is equal to darn. Let me look back at the vector math here real quick, because so it's going to get the mouse position, it's going to get our, specifically the mouse Z position is going to be the same as our player's Z position, which is going to be, you know, our depth in the scene. And then towards mouse from player is the mouse position minus the player's transform position. And then the vector of attack is towards mouse from player normalized. Oh, so that makes it a 0 to 1. Actually, that's perfect. Okay, so spawn spot is going to be equal to transform.position plus vector attack. And then we're going to say instantiate the damage field at spawn spot with your own quaternion identity, knowing that this transform is your parent. Let's say damage. We're gonna store the new damage field, just so that way if I need to slip in some code to destroy it real quick, I might be able to do it this way instead of having to create a separate script for it. Because I'm trying to avoid putting a script, like actively avoid putting a script on that damage field. I just want it to be a sprite and a tag. So that way on overlap, it'll check, see if it's a damage field, and then deal damage. Oh. This should actually be enough. Just for now. Just so that way I can see if it's actually instantiating. We're gonna put a print here just in case, because I'm expecting problems. We shouldn't even get to this point if the attack trigger didn't get detected properly. Oh, look at that. And it does indeed spawn it in the direction. Oh, that's funny. All right. So we have that. I think I'm going to add vector attack times 2. And I'm going to change the size of the damage field. Do 1.5s, and let's take a look at that sweet collider. .75, 1.75. Hey, whoa. Hold up. Yeah. Be getting crazy like that. Okay. We can also go back to scene room number 2, get rid of this one. And go back to... ba-da-da-da-da. I don't want to be able to attack while I'm in here, though, so I want to make sure that we go ahead and say, and... level manager dot instance dot current level is not equal to hub. If we're in the hub, we should not be attacking. I think I'm also going to put, while we're in the hub, I'm also going to set can attack. Yeah, we can unhide these now. We unhide those and come down to, where was it? Right here. Can attack equals false. Can attack true. Can attack equals true. I actually don't think I need is attacking. We're not going to have any kind of interrupts happening. So we know that this works. I don't need to have that printout happening. And I can change this whole thing now, instead of that, to instead say can attack. So if we do the attack call and we have the ability to attack, we are going to. And let's say destroy new damage field after 1 second. And then on our eventual enemies, I'm going to put in their code just right on their overlap. If they are overlapping something that says that has the tag of damage, then damage. That's how I'm going to deal damage to them. Indeed. Now let's check and see that these kind of take care of themselves and that I can't attack while I'm in the hub. When does the perspective toggle take hold? That should have happened at least once already. Oh, it's happening during update. So then why am I currently able to attack? And I can't attack in here. Okay, it did the thing again. It inverted my shit. Again. That's weird that it's inverting my stuff like that. I don't understand. Because it's doing it to one of my other switches up top too, where I have to have like an inverted check of it in order for it to do. Yeah, see? Now it's fine, it's not attacking, and I'm sure when I go in here, oh, look at that! The attack is happening. Woo! I think we can also set that to like 0.25 or 0.5, possibly. I don't want it to linger around that much. Oh, let's see. How are you able to not overlap the jumping animation with the walking animation? For some reason, it's not allowing me to just use the jumping animation when it jumps. It uses the walk-in animation in my game studio class. If it's alright. Well, it's definitely alright to ask me that. I just don't know where the question came from. Not overlap a jumping animation with the walking animation. And it's not allowing you to just use the jumping animation when it jumps. I need to know certain things. I need to know what engine you're using. I need to know if it's 2D or 3D. Okay, you're in Unreal. That helps. 2D or 3D. Because you're in Game Studio, so that could mean anything. And right now, the only committed Unreal Engine work I'm doing is in 2D. Okay, so it's in 2D. And you're saying how to not overlap the jumping animations. Since we have everything else kind of working on this, and the only other thing I need to do is create enemies to test this, I'm going to go ahead and pop open my other project here. Because I actually still need to transfer this file over to my, like, core system and overwrite what I've got. So we're just going to open up the one that I brought back from class on Monday. And I'll be able to kind of help out a little better looking at it. Any day now. There we go. See, it knows. So, while I'm loading up, try and explain to me, like, exactly what's happening. So, let's say your character is just walking, you know, regular walking animation, and you hit your jump button. What plays out? Does your character, like, get the air time, but they are still in their walking animation? Or does it, like, start out in their walking animation and then change to the jump animation when they're already in the air? A little bit more information and we can proceed onward with that. We'll also switch to our main scene here since there's not going to be any C# scripting in it. Oh, I need to turn on my main display in here. Let's turn that and that. Alright. So, here's my character, right? See, when I jump, I hit spacebar. The animation changes as soon as my character detects that we're not on the ground anymore. I can do different jump heights. And you'll notice that the animation actually changes based on if I'm jumping up or falling down. And you can tell by the hair, like, being pulled down by gravity when I jump up. See that? And then when I'm falling down, the cape wiggles up in the air. So I have distinct animations for each part of it. But without knowing exactly which particular issue you're having, I won't be able to give a more detailed description of what I did to achieve certain things without just showing you the entire code. It's walking when it jumps. Okay, so that actually simplifies things. So if I go into my controller blueprint right here, don't worry about that. So we're going into jump, and I'm just using the baseline function for jump, right? So when it's triggered, I'm having it do a check to make sure that my player isn't dead, and then it does the jump feature. All right, that's the easy part. So next is a ground trace. Okay? I have a feeling this might be what you're missing. If you don't have something to tell your character that you're not touching the floor, which means you need to tell it what the floor is. If you don't have something telling it that it's on the floor, it's not going to understand that, and it's not going to know to change an animation if you have your animation set to something like, say, a player bool that says is grounded, right? Because if you look at this trace, I'm basically just getting our player pawn's location, and we're going ahead and making a vector out of it. The adjustments I made are to check and make sure that it is like only checking the area right beneath my player's feet. It's checking in a little box shape, and then it lets me know if it hit anything that is of the correct what do you call it? Return value, box trace. I'm tracing for a channel called ground trace, essentially. So I made a channel called ground trace, and I just do a trace. You could do a line trace, you could do a box trace, you could do whatever. If you do a line trace and you do that every frame, then you're just going to want to check and make sure that your distance, like the length of that line, isn't longer than like whatever amount you want to determine that you're on the floor or not, you know? And you're going to want that line to start drawing at the bottom of your character's capsule. So if I were to go ahead and put this this on for one frame, the draw debug type, that's all I'm doing there is I'm setting that to draw for one frame, so that way you can see what the checkbox looks like. You see it underneath my character? That little red box? It looks a little jittery whenever I'm jumping, and it's because it's constantly generating it and adjusting it as I'm moving, because it's creating that box every frame. So you notice it turns green whenever I'm touching these, and it's because I included ground trace as one of the response channels for these breakable objects. Anything that I want my player to be able to stand on, I make sure that I tell that object that it needs to respond to the ground trace channel with an overlap, at least. So by doing that, I'm checking exactly when I'm in the air and when I'm not in the air. That's what the is grounded trace is doing. So the next step after that, as you can see, we check to see what's going on. And then we want to check and see what our current bool state is for grounded. So if I'm currently grounded, but this box trace says that I'm not, then, or rather, if I'm not grounded, but I should be, it sets me to grounded. If I am grounded and I shouldn't be, it ungrounds me. So the next step is how you control your animation. Mine is going to look crazy. I'm going to simplify it as much as I can for you, all right? Because you see a bunch of this stuff, you don't need much of this at all. All you really need is, let's see, that. All right, so all you're going to want is a branch that goes ahead and checks if your player, I have a variable set to just drop in whenever I need to check for my player. So my 2D player character right here, we want to get their flip book. Get flip book. Where are you? I don't need the owner. Paper component, flip book. Damn it. This is getting annoying. There we go. Just delete that part. So player flipbook. This is the flipbook that you can go ahead and change your animation, right? So you can go ahead and get this and set. We should have an option for set flipbook stuff. Where's my player? I'm just gonna click on the goddamn player flipbook so that way I can see what this is called. Source flipbook. Jesus. It's under the sprite settings. So going back here, sprite. Ah, there it is. See, get flipbook and set flipbook. So you want get flipbook, and you can go ahead and say select here. Oh, never mind. That's not gonna work. If it's not equal to, I'm just gonna type jump. All right, apparently just jump. And then you want to look for your, specifically for the flipbook animation of your jump. Because it's going to show you all the sprites and stuff. So if you scroll down, you'll see my jump down animation, my jump up animation, and the full jump animation, which is both the up and down. In case I wanted to really just skip over all the fancy checks and all that, I just wanted to do that. That's where I started at, and then I split it up. But if you just want the simple version, you go into your player, their flipbook, and you want to get the active flipbook and check if it's your jump. And if it's not your jump, then what you want to do is you want to set. Let's go to sprite so that way we can do set flipbook. So if your current animation is not jump after you've hit jump and after your ground trace has checked that you are not on the ground, then you need to set that new flipbook equal to that jump, which I've got somewhere here. There we go, the jump full. So it checks if I'm in that animation. If I'm not, do the animation. And because with 2D you want to be very careful because animations loop when you don't want them to. The only things that you ever really want to loop are walking, running, and idle. Anything else should only play once and then swap back to another animation that should be looping. So if you're gonna do jumping, it's fine because the jump animation should probably keep playing like the in-air animation as long as you're not on the ground yet. So that's why I split up my animation for jump and made it a jump up and a drop down animation separately. But if you just need the basic functionality of jump and to have your character flipbook do the right thing, this is the easy way to go ahead and do that along with the ground trace. If you want, I'm going to go ahead and copy this. I'll drop it into the Discord for you. This is just a ground trace, so it's not anything too crazy. It shouldn't be considered any type of cheating or anything like that. I'm going to drop it into the Game Dev Help channel. Ground trace. And let's see what I can do about... checking your current 2D flipbook animation and setting it if it is not what it should be. There you go. I'm going to delete these parts out of my project now. I hope that helped. You can look back on the VOD for my explanation as often as you need it. And now we get back to this one. You're very welcome. See, this is what I like. I like when people ask questions, and if I didn't know the answer, I would go ahead and either tell you that I don't know it, or I'd be like, that's interesting, let's both look it up and learn it right now. And if I do know the answers, then I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, provide that if I can. We all gotta help boost each other up. But I will be right back. I've done my whole ingesting lots of fluids thing. I gotta pee. Son of a... Button. Yeah, personally, even my setup that I've got on that character isn't exactly the way I want it still. Still not. It would be if I had just like separated these two particular courses and planned a little bit better so that way I could split them up better. I could have done rapid game development and focused better on those if I weren't so engrossed in wanting to do the combat design stuff, and then also like my other two classes are actually interesting to me. Like this semester is full of classes I find interesting, but the rapid game development pace and tempo is blasting past the other three classes, so that's why I get so hyper focused on it and why I get so stressed about it and don't enjoy it. I'm sure that if I were just taking the rapid game development on its own, no other classes, I'd be stress-free, I'd be cruising, and everything that I turned in would be damn near immaculate. Or if I were just taking the other three classes and not rapid game development, my combat design character would be perfect. I would have my transformation done. I would have my special attack nice. Which I just figured it out too. Oh my god, I figured out how to like cookie cutter my way around physics in I was having so many problems. I cannot begin to explain the days of trouble I was having trying to understand how to make the physics work the way I wanted it to. Simulating physics in Unreal it's cool, but it is. That's it. It just is. All right. So we've got this working to do just about everything. I need to go ahead and check how quickly those these disappear. 0.5 still feels a little fast. I have an idea. Because something definitely don't feel right when I'm in the other rooms. And it's the speed that I'm moving. I kept making the rooms bigger when I could have, you know, just made the player smaller and or slower. So now that the room is bigger and the player is the same size, I may as well go ahead and work on making the player move slower when in that area. So what we're going to do is it the input manager? Yes, it is. So we're going to change this from move speed. Okay. So move speed's going to be float. Private void. Nope. Private float. Move speed decider or adjuster. We're gonna run a switch. And this is going to check level manager dot instance dot current level. And that is basically an enum we created to go ahead and determine, or to return back to anyone that asks what level we are on. So switch should be case. It really only matters for the hub and the other two rooms. While in the hub, we're going to hub speed, and the secondary one is going to be top-down speed. So this is going to check if we're in the hub. And then it's going to set our move speed to hub speed. Move speed equals hub speed. We'll do a break right there and do case playable level. Yeah, I could technically actually default to, yeah, there you go. What's wrong? What's wrong with it? Default literal default is not valid as a pattern. Are you having trouble? Why is default no good? Yeah, it just won't let that, huh? Alright, we'll do it the long way. I'm not gonna look up what particular syntax error I may have been making there. I don't have time. As much as I'd love the learning opportunity. If it's not evident, I'm really salty that I have to, like, speed through most of this. Let's go ahead and now, outside of the switch, we return move speed. And wherever we currently set move speed down here, we instead are going to just do this. Now, the only problem is I haven't initialized the top-down speed yet, so we set that to 5. Because that would be currently half of what we move at when we're in the hub. Ugh. So now that I have changed that, I gotta make sure that we manually input that. So the hub speed is back to 10. And we should be good to fly with this. The intent for that was to make it so that way when we're in the hub, we move at 1 speed. Feels alright. It's not too slow, not too fast. And then we go in here and... God damn it, it did the thing again. Why is it like that? Why do you do this? All of my switches are working in reverse. Unity, C#, switch, cases, returning, inverted values. Have I accidentally been doing a reverse case switch statement? I see what you were trying to do. Yeah, that's not what I'm trying to do. Oh no. Alright, doesn't look like there's anything that matches specifically what we're encountering. So I'm just gonna do the workaround and just invert these, even though I don't really enjoy that. We're gonna take that, drop it here, and then take these. There. Now watch, somehow, even though I have the top-down speed set to 5 and the hub speed, we just set it to 10 in the prefab itself. Even though I did that, and we're going to enter the number room and the operator room, and we're going to start off in the hub, we're somehow going to, well, we are going to be moving faster in the hub. Even though, in the case, we're setting the move speed equal to the top-down speed, which is the slower one. But I'm zooming, and now we move slower. I think I might actually use the is attacking thing. I don't want the player to move while they have their damage boxes out. Private bool underscore is attacking. Was false initially. Where's attack? Set attack vector attack. Okay. No! Don't decompile that. Okay. Toggle is attacking. It's attacking. Yes. That is the way that will work. Excellent. But at the very start of that, we'll do the toggle. And then we will invoke toggle is attacking 0.5F. And then print not there. Print that out there. What? Invoke the method name in time seconds. Method toggle attacking is invoked using a string literal. Yes, because that is what you told me I needed to invoke with. Unless, can I do it the other way? Yeah, no, I can't. See? You need the string literal. Don't tell me it's wrong. Silly. Silly, silly, silly. Silly, silly, silly. I need to toggle it back. Wait, that is what's happening right there. So the ability to toggle that back should not happen unless I'm already... Or the ability to attack again shouldn't happen unless the damage field is gone. And it works. We can see by the amount of frames that it's working. So even if you can't read the numbers, you can see that this one isn't moving down here. That one is. And if I hide my face, the top one that is constantly racking up is false. The one on the bottom that isn't constantly changing is true. When I click, it changes. This is me constantly clicking. It's no longer letting me generate multiples of them anymore. One at a time. We've created a successful limiter. I like when things work. So we have this working now. Enemy time. Because now we need to tie in the enemies, their values, and then I have to tie everything together with the menus, and then that should be the end of it. Hopefully. If possible. Okay, yeah, no, that's a good point. I should probably work on that too. It may seem like I'm talking to someone. I'm not. I'm going crazy. I press the I key and it opens my inventory. Let's see if I press the I key, does it close it? It does not. I haven't set anything else up here, but our inventory works. And it also pauses the game, so I can't move anymore. Yeah. Let me go to that canvas real quick and see if I can't set something up for that one button at the very least. Close panel. On click, you're going to reference the menu handler. And you're going to close inventory. Let's see how that works. Since we know it opens. And it returns control of our stuff. We're paused. Uh-oh. The object of type game object has been destroyed. Which thing are you trying to reference? The Num Cruncher menu? Did that not come with us? It didn't. I see. Okay. That's good knowledge. So... Num Cruncher canvas. Is there a reason why you're not coming with us? But it got the inventory canvas just fine. But not the number cruncher canvas. Why? It doesn't make sense to me why it didn't carry over. I noticed that this didn't actually come with us. Are you using the same settings as this one? Screen space overlay, display. Okay. So then what's different? Why aren't you wanting to come with us? Are you just being a dick? Curious. Because they're both on there, and they both have something on it that tells it to not destroy. So I don't understand why one does and one doesn't. This doesn't have any other script on it that tells it magically, hey, do something somewhat different than the other. There's the menu handler, level handler. Why are these guys not over here as well? It's crazy. Why aren't they crossing over? Slap them onto the player. Nothing else I can do at this point. Still gonna work? Extra stack trace. Right. Let me not cause the stack trace to go crazy then. While these two are both selected, I'm going to remove, or rather, I'm just going to disable their don't destroy scripts. See how this works. We're not getting errors, and I can open up my inventory in this room as well. Go back out. Our speeds are changing appropriately. Alright, now I need to set it so that way when we're attacking, we don't move. So, get key down cute, no. Controls, nightmare, interact, trigger, nope. It's going to be in the input manager. Did I make that public? I made it private. I'm going to set it to public. I'm not going to deal with grabbing extra reference and shit. We're easy moding from this mode on. I'm losing time. This attacking. Here we go. Now that that one's public, we can go to the input manager and say what was the thing that I was just messing with? It was the bool for attacking, right? We'll leave that without an underscore on it. We're gonna go to wake. Actually, we're gonna do it on update. player attacking is equal to get component player is attacking. And then if player attacking drop that in there, and because we're not going to make a foolish mistake, we're going to make sure to put this exclamation point there, so that way it's only when the player isn't attacking we can move. One more step. Move direction equals vector 2, 0. Therefore, while we're attacking, it zeroes out our move direction, so that way we don't do that little slide anymore. Oops. I still had the mouse hovering over the damn play button when I clicked to attack. Oh boy, I'm getting tired. There we go. I have my movement keys held while I'm trying to do this. Awesome. And enemies. It's time. Go to number room. Go ahead and create a empty numbed monster. We're going to give this thing a box collider 2D. We're going to give it another empty and call this one num sprite. Get that sprite renderer. We're going to jump right into our sprites folder, and we're going to drop on right away number 1. Our first number monster. Then we can... Actually, I think I forgot to set all of these to their appropriate size. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There should be one more. Actually, no. Yeah. I don't know why I still have division on there anyway. I need to get rid of that. All of them, set them to 128. They're already set to point no filter, no compression. Wonderful. So that is enemy 1, literally. Needs that rigid body. Rigid body type kinematic. Continuous, never sleep. We're not going to interp, we're going to freeze the rotations. And we're going to create the enemy tag. This is tagged as an enemy. And I guess now it's time to grab onto the scripting part already. Are we already there? Do I already have to be sad? Not yet. I haven't set up the box collider around this thing yet. Yeah, I want you to have a generous little box there so that way the player can have a fun time hitting you. Alright, not that generous. That'll do. Alright, yep, it's time for code. New script. This is going to say, num monster. A class named num monster already exists? No, it doesn't. You lied to me. Oh, I know why. It's because of the enumerator. The enumerator is called a monster. Oh no, I didn't want that either. Create C# num monster controller. Brain. Yes. Num monster brain. We like monster brains. Also, at the input manager, we can set the top-down speed to a constant. What, you're not gonna let me? Oh, no. You don't exist? Oh, that was for bursts, right. What was the thing for... Screw it. I can just stay there. Oh, read only. That was the derpy thing. Introduce constant, but didn't I just... I hate you. There you go. Read only. Only read. No write. Drop the script on there, and let's just get that open. Clear this stuff out. And let's start working up this monster brain. I want this thing to know where the player is. Player position. We're going to... What's our player's move speed thing? The direction is a vector 2. Move direction. Oh, not vector 2, sorry. Float. There you go. I didn't make it damageable. Oh, I did. That was crazy of me. Why did I do that? Because now I can implement this. Ta-da! We can get rid of that. And that. It's just gonna be a lot of this. Whole lot. What, are you gonna do it? Yeah! Nice. So we got the move speed stuff. What else would I need to get this thing going? We'll give it the is attacking BS. What's more, I don't need perspectives for it. I did make feet for it to try and make it like it's moving sideways, but it just, I didn't have the time to really care over actually getting the core thing done. That is. I don't need to worry about path teleports for the enemies. They don't need an input manager. And all the other stuff is in the damageables. Right. Oh, damage field. No, I want them to run into the player. Yeah, I want them to run into the player. And I also want to change the multiplier I have on this from 2 to 1.5F. The damage field is going out a little too far, and if I'm going to have the enemies just trying to throw their bodies into the player, then I want the player to be able to, like, have the damage field overlap where their body is at. I could make their target direction basically the player's position, but give it, like, a one unit solid variance, so that way it can not be specifically directly on top of the player, but within one square around it. Constantly trying to move within that one square. Ah, no, I don't need to set that. I already have that. Okay. So, let's start with, on awake, we want this max HP. Oh my god. We're gonna run initialize. Not that. Please stop doing that shit to me. Thank you. God. If I don't hit enter, I don't want it to do that. Is this like a game show for the educational game you're making? It's not going to be a game show so much as a little RPG game dungeon where we're currently in the numbers room, so let me move back to the hub. Basically, you start out here. Whenever we start the game, the goal number changes to what the number on the door, like, I'm just going to hit play. It's going to do the thing. I'm starting to lose the ability to put sentences together. Okay, so the random number generator spit out 22. No matter where I go, whenever I come back, it's going to want the number 22. So my goal is to try and make this number cruncher pop up a window that basically lets me make an equation. And I'm going to create the equation out of the defeated monsters that are shaped like numbers, and the pests in the second room that are shaped like math operators. So you're going to create a function that is like, let's say that's 22. Okay, so I want to do 5 times 4 plus 2. So you need 3 numbers, 2 operators, and then you can open the door. See how it works? Getting the number cruncher coded properly is going to be a challenge all on its own. So, along with getting the UI menus to work the way I want them to, because I'm not experienced with them. So that's why I may start to sound a little panicky, because also I haven't eaten. It's about to be dinner time. Well, it's about an hour and a half past dinner time for me. So let's get this initialize working. Please stop that. Thank you. I don't have the time to look for the goddamn property thing either. I always hate when it reaches 8 o'clock on a Tuesday because I am now incredibly aware that I have 4 hours left before I have to submit this. By the way, last week's assignment, I submitted it at exactly midnight. And I did wind up seeing that it said 1 minute late. I was like, oh, cool. I'm gonna cry. It wasn't my choice to submit it exactly on the dot. I was trying to submit it, and it just wouldn't upload any faster. Public void initialize. So the reason I want to do this is because I need it to generate a value for the thing. Hold up. Underscore monster ID. That's what I want. So I need... This is going to be the one that generates it, so... Private... The monster... Generate... Identity. And this is going to return... Monster ID. And first things first, one second. Monster ID is going to be equal to num monster random range 0. The monster goes up to... Actually, we don't want 0, so we'll start with 1 and go to... What is it? 4? Maybe? Where the hell did I even declare that class? In the inventory. Great choice. Alright, so we'll go to 1 to 5. I'm gonna put 6 there. For right now. I'm only doing that because it does say exclusive. Int min inclusive, int max exclusive. Darn. Let's see. Okay, never mind. I don't need to go a number over. Not according to this. Nice. Appreciate that. So we get that monster ID. That's going to be a part of the initialization. I really messed that up. I'm just gonna, there you go. And then we're going to hit into a switch. Just gonna look for our monster ID. And now we start setting up our cases. So case A. The monster dot. We're not gonna have a none. Heh. Number one. Number one! No, we already know that. I hope this switch actually works right, but I don't know. I don't know, man. The switches have been being weird. They've been, like, doing things in reverse. So if this is the case, then we want max HP equals 1. Current HP equals max HP. This is actually going to go at the outside of the switch. Move speed equals 5. The ones can move about as fast as the player. Max HP 2. We can do that as well, but this is going to be a 4. You're going to go down a line for me, thank you. 3, 3, 3. Yep. Nope. 2. Hey, finally understood. I should probably set their, like, strength. Private bool. Not bool. Float. Strength. We'll make it attack strength. Underscore attack strength. Attack strength equals 1. You know what? Attack strength is equal to max HP as well. That is a thing. So the attack strength is equal to the max HP, the current HP is equal to the max HP, but the move speed is going to be inverse of the max HP. Excellent. Lower the number, faster it moves. Higher the number, slower it moves. Lower the number, less damage it deals. Higher the number, more damage it deals. Slow moving, hard hitting. Das ist der Weg. We're also going to have to set attack speed. Attack interval, I guess. Underscore attack interval. We're going to set this one to 1.5F. Set this one to 2. This one is 2.5F. Set this one to 3. Set this one to 4 outright. It's gonna hit hard. Seen that Red Dead Redemption is available on PC now, and now there could be a lot of mods for it online in the long run. Yeah, I'd heard too. I'd already gotten a lot of the plot explained to me already, so I probably won't be doing a playthrough of that, at least not on the channel. But if I ever feel down for it, I might go ahead and play that one in the background. I started playing Amanda the Adventurer 2 on my own, because that released when I wasn't paying attention. I also hit a bug that prevented me from proceeding any further into like the second or third tape, so I haven't gone through and beaten that yet. So I've been avoiding a lot of the content online for it. I've been playing a lot of Hades 2. I went back to Hades 1 last night because I felt like trying to see if I could get a couple more successful runs and try and get the rest of the story that I haven't seen yet from Zagreus' perspective. But all in all, I've been spending most of my time doing this right here. There we go. Good. I like it. So on initialize, we generate the identity, we set those values up. The only thing we don't set up is move direction, and we don't get player direction. So I guess on initialize, we should not on initialize. I'm going to go ahead and set up a private void update player position, or update target position. And this is going to constantly update our player position is equal to I am going to need to do this up in awake actually to get our player's reference. Find object of type player transform dot position, right? Yeah. By this I mean we're going to basically get this after we establish private player underscore player is equal to get component player and then we can go back down here and set this to underscore player. Ta-da! And now that we have that, we can do that in our update. Just constantly update target position. So that way we always know where the player's at. And then in fixed update, we're going to set oh, actually, first initial check. If player is not null, then we're gonna do this stuff. Because if player's not null, then that means that everything else kind of falls into place, because we'll have the player position and all that stuff. So if player's not null, we want to get our position. So transform.position. Well, it's basically going to be the same thing that we have on the player for attacking, getting the attack vector. Yeah. So it'll be transform. We need that player position first. Player position. Minus transform dot position. And the reason it's red is because we haven't told it correctly what we're doing. Move direction. I see. Fine. So move direction will be equal to... Really? That's the only reason you're going nuts? Man, we're not gonna do this new vector shit. It is gonna make me do it. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate working with this stuff sometimes. The non-intuitive stuff, I mean. So, new, and this is going to be the X value first for underscore player position. X minus transform.position.x. Please stop doing these recommendations right now. They're getting very frustrating. Next is underscore player position dot y minus transform.position y. Okay, cool. So now you understand everything. We're copacetic. I can stop getting frustrated at you. And we're going to, oh, I gotta normalize it. After we start moving, right? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, that was making the vector and stuff. So technically we can set this move direction in regular update. And probably also encapsulate this around this. Would be smart. If player is not null, then we're going to get our... There's one last thing I forgot to acquire up here. Private rigid body 2D. underscore RB. And here we're going to underscore RB is equal to, yep, we know that component is going to be on the same part as the script itself, so we don't have to worry about that. And then we're going to say underscore RB dot dot velocity is equal to what were the velocity things that I got before for my other project? Because I know I'm not using the same method of movement here. Well, maybe. Oh, wait. Yeah, it is right there. Yeah, the direction times speed for the X and the Y. And I don't think I need to normalize when it's a vector too. Thank you, Input Manager. So, move direction times move speed. Why did I have it all like weird and doubled up here? Move direction X times the adjuster for the specific direction? Oh, wait, yeah, because it gave me... I was only trying to do vector 2, not vector 3, so I had to split it that way. But these are all already working in vector 2, so that should hopefully work. In theory. Everything in theory now. So let's first test that. Yeah, I know about this. We're gonna go to the number room and we're gonna move this guy like up over here. And as soon as the game starts, it loads itself up, it initializes, and oh, I need to get the sprite as well, actually. Private sprite renderer. I'm gonna go over here. Underscore sprite renderer, get component sprite renderer, but I already know it's in children. Get component in children sprite renderer. And I'm probably going to create one actual serialized thing on this. Serializable field, private sprite. Scary monster, nice sprite. But we also need to make sure that we initialize this as an array. So now we can go into our sprites and grab 1 through 5. After locking this. Grab 1 through 5. And drop them all right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Cool. We'll collapse all those back down. Just wanted to verify that it was in the correct order. So, now we need to make sure that if it's in a monster 1, sprite renderer dot sprite is equal to monster sprite 0. And we're gonna go down the list here. 1. 2. 3. 4. You can't count to 5. Alright, so with its identity comes its sprite change as well. Let's split some of these up. This should randomize itself when I go in, essentially. Ultimately, I want it to, I'm gonna have them on a spawner. That's just gonna spit them out, like every 5 seconds, it'll spit out a number. Until there's, like, at least 3 numbers on the map. Damn, he moved quick. But yeah, he's a number 2 right now. That's pretty cool. He's moving pretty smoothly too, but he moved at me fast. So let's see what I can do about fixing that. And we'll say that it definitely got the positioning right. It went. It was after me, boy. I wanted to do like a little range that was like close to this position, but I need to split. I realized I need to split the positioning up quite a bit to get that. So I'm gonna ignore that for now. Or just for this project. I'll work it for something better later. But here I need to do something about this. So what if I do this times time dot delta time. Let's see how that acts. Before we give this thing an attack and it absolutely obliterates us. Hey, yo. Yeah, boy, you gonna keep updating? Your speed's going slower, though. Oh, the further I am, the more speed you got? Okay. Actually, technically, that worked the way it was supposed to. Let's see this, and if that doesn't work, I'm gonna move something over to the other side of the equation. Oh, little bro's hurting. I might need to make like 3 the baseline. No, normalized is definitely not the answer for that one there. Let's see that. Let's do it. Got 4 minutes left. Hey, that one's moving a lot better, and then it gets closer, but I don't want it to really slow down that much on its way. It moved too fast before. No, it's fine. It doesn't need to be perfected. It does not need to be perfected. It moves towards me, that's good enough. So, first things first, we're going to say private void on trigger enter 2D if collision dot game object dot compare tag player, then I don't think we need is attacking anymore. Is attacking and attack interval kind of both feel a little redundant now, but I'm going to leave them on there. Only because it would indicate that I did want them to have an attack where they'd go up to the player and then do things, but this is probably just going to be how it works out. Hair tag player. Grab these. Player is the one that has the actual health stats on it, I'm pretty sure, so... Yeah, it does. So we can do this, collision.gameObject.get component player dot take damage equivalent to our attack strength. Else if collision dot, oh, let me put the parentheses. Collision.gameObject dot compare tag damage. Sorry if I did a jump scare there with the sudden damage. Then instead we take damage. Did I not put take damage functions there? Apparently not. So private void take damage is going to be if current HP is greater than, that's not the number I was looking for. It's got to be greater than 0. Then we're going to do current HP minus equals float damage Crap. I only really designed it for the player to be able to deal 1 damage at a time. Current HP equal to 0 is dead is equal to true. And then we can do a command like death. We can also make this one public. Void death is going to be called here. And that's where it's just going to destroy this, or rather game object was fine. And it's going to be destroyed at 0.1F. I'm going to put a little note here that says to add self to player inventory before destroy. That's it. So in theory, we should have combat interactions with our enemy now. From our player to the enemy and back. Aha! It does not hurt me yet. 1, 2, 3. Ah, but I can destroy it. It took 3 hits and it died. We're good. And that's the end of that. We're gonna go to the end screen. I need to make some food, and then I need to rush through the rest of this for the next 2 hours. So, I want to thank y'all for being here today. Special shout out to Abman. Thank you for being here, brother. Soul chatter in the chat today, and it was a good chat. I was able to help, I hope. And yeah, so today we went ahead and did actually quite a bit more than we would have expected, and this project is actually further along than I would have anticipated, even though it's like due in a few hours. Like, I'm still further in than I would have thought I would be. So I'm happy that things are functioning. I'm glad things are functioning so well and not giving me too much trouble. Let's hope it continues that way and I can submit something that works. And with all that said and done, ladies and gentlemen, please stay frosty. I'll see y'all in the next one.